Apparently. Cheating away? Oh no. Alright, we got one. Oh, I'm deaf. Oh, nice, we got both. Easy. Bad cheater. I think before I do MSQ, I want to like do the wool quest. I mean, it's probably required anyway. Alright, the Ella city has gone strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillglade Fane at once. Oh. Alicitia, it fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I am gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. Unless you wonder, know that the conjurer has found no trace of the poison in my humors. If you are ready, I will resume our search for Gleipnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. It is one thing to engage conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the 12-sword hunting a blasphemy. I am aware you are a conjurer of surpassing skill and would not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye perhaps. I worry that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest ether, and you were exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I'm aware of that, but Gleipnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and from this despair? It is your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Kani. Rest and gather your strength, so that when the time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your allies. You're right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike all the ranting about on the hunt. Our encounter with Gleipnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the seventh Umbral calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth, the Irmin Hedge. Thus was the 12 Swords spared the worst. If we could convince it to again lend us even a small measure of that power, we would not fear the poison. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn the favor. Indeed, we must find a way to assure the Great One of our good intentions, reminded that we labor not for its destruction, but its salvation. I think too that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Gleipnir. It seems to bear a resentment towards the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why? I have pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Gleipnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Watzat suggest this is likely the case, in fact. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where are we to begin our investigation? I know it. You were granted a vision of Gleipnir's past, and I was there, then that we may know who he is or was. As do I, the boy who trained alongside Kani in her youth. Sua Supin. After all these years, this is what became of him? Ah, you mentioned him briefly before. Were you close? Sua was Ajala like me, but he never had known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment, despite your esteemed heritage. You never took to my lessons as well as he, ever dreaming of the outside world. Stealing off into the woods more times than I can count. I could not keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The elder sits here, a rebellious spirit? I can scarcely imagine it. I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others, and I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Izumi Yan at every opportunity. Eyasura was a pillar of constant support. It was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become Sithias together, I believed, until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Izumi Yan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and that he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the guardian tree. However, entry into such a sacred place was not ours to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanor besides. With regret, I refused him, but Yasua was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man, despite my protestations. I went to Izumiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the guardian tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Iyasua, alive but unconscious. Time he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and as he had kneeled to make false supplications, he lunged forward to tear a branch from the guardian tree. He was yet a child, and Iyasua had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within man's heart. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Iyasua of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the fane. I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what had become of him, though not for the lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain in the 12th Sword all this time, I wonder? He dreamed of naught else but becoming Xitia, of a life in service to the people in the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the 12th Sword in his own way. I shuddered to think what could have hastened his transformation into Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. In our final conversation, Yasua confided in me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said that he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They have called the 12th Sword home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. It comes as no surprise, he would not give up so easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals know naught of Iyasua, they may be able to help us in other ways. Will you travel to the Bramble Patch in my stead, Zoe? I have faith they will accept you with their characteristic aplomb. Oh. Oh, quite a peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar too. You wouldn't be the self-same warrior who gave the legendary Mughals guard what for, would you? Zoe, was it? Aha, it's an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Ukvapika is the name. What brings you to our neck of the 12th Sword? Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Kupo. A blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast's corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the 12th Sword to rights. Waya always suggested that the Mughals contribute to by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. Got to cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know. Difficult and time-consuming work, but it is service to the forest. Then we'll do it gladly, Kupo. Hey, I know you. You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Koop. Koop of the Mughals guard. No hard feelings about the whole hail to the king, Kupo bit, I hope. Fine. Wasn't that the guy who like always one-shot the people? Like he flew like slowly towards them and smacked them? Motherfucker. Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. YO and the others cured us of our tempering and afterwards set us down for the stern lecture. No more calling upon King Mughal Mark the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed, and what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm. Even now our kin scour every emblem of the 12, so that we would be remiss not to do our part. We would be overjoyed to have our heroes such as you helping us as well. If you're willing, something tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. And we count on you, Kupo. Reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, then we may survey the area and locate any particular nasty spots of blight. Oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but it's so easy to forget that you're kind like wings, Kupo. Now then, where is it? There, to the south. Let us cleanse that festering taint at once. That was some fine work, Kupo, I dare say. It's even better. It's in even better shape than it was there for. The other doubt is flittering about stamping out corruption wheresoever it rears in its hideous head. If we were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, and so far as such a being without hands can clap, I suppose. How goes the taint cleansing, Coop-de-Coop? I did what I could, but I swear as soon as I finish the one area, two more start manifesting a fresh taint. The forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and the sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of Mughals to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon. The situation is more grave than we imagined, Kupo. Oh, what do we do? Oh, I don't know. We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless. But since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea, I think. How do you go about doing that? Well, I was just getting to that part, Kupo. I've got it. We performed the friending. Friending? What in the name of good King Mughals Mark 12 may he shower us with love and compassion and Kupo nuts is that? Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient white's name, so I just made something up on the spot, Kupo. But let's forget about that for now and move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gudania was but a spark of an idea, of a random thought in its founders' heads. They knew that if they were to establish a home within the 12 so that they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. So imagine the company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in the place, consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with his display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of their new covenant, Kupo. I remember now. The Gudanians still honor the agreement to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So if we follow history's example, we can soothe the forest's pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right, Kupo. Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Join, sire of Pota, the very first Pajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless the select few heroes with horns, favoring them with the fellowship. Pajal were exalted by all the peoples of the 12th Sud, even we Mughals look upon them with awe. And that's how it all began. Oh, something wrong, Kubo? You have a strange look on your face. How dreadful, Kubo. But what exactly are you saying? So the man you think may have become Gleipnir was a Pajal stripped of his blessing. When the blasphemy kills with the poison, there manifest symptoms that resemble those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this Iyasura, to love the elementals only to be shunned by them, be surrounded by the beauty of the 12th Sword and know that he was forever an outsider, or for a child's mistake. But despair could easily have caused him to turn, and this poison that preys upon those who bear the 12th Sword's blessing, the heroes, just like the creeping death once did. Might be another manifestation of that despair. That would explain the elementals' unease, Kupu. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings or they might never speak to us again. Indeed. Well, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can. So I wait for us at the adder's nest and make ready for a long back-breaking day. Welcome back, Zoe. Did the Mughals have any insight into our problems? I don't know, maybe? Reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gudania, a fitting plan given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the 12th Sud for new beasts that must be purged. Let us pray that the Elder Sitsia regains her strength as quickly as well. But now, take a rest, my friend. It is a rare indulgence these days, and one you've earned 1,000 times over. Lightning has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Make way for the saplings. We have plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant the sapling in its place, Kupo. Do it enough times and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten its mood. We see to the east shore. You should have no trouble taking care of the west, Kupo. The efforts are much appreciated. We will begin without further delay. I trust you will not object to my company. I dare say the forest is one task for which I'm more qualified than most. Healing the forest, okay. Hello, Sitsi, are you well enough to leave the city? I should like to think I have been for some time. In any event, Izumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me further. Allow me to be the one that consecrate these saplings. It would be an honor to offer words of thanks to the forest for its bounty. Please do, Kupo. Prayer from the elder City herself will surely hasten the growth from tiny sapling to a towering tree. Such is my hope, as during the before me I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that binds it and remember our covenant. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. The green tier. I sense that the flow of ether has become warped there. Impressive, Kupu. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption from such a distance. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? In gratitude for your boundless blessings do I offer this gift. May it nourish you as you nourish us. At last, the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of the sapling, bid them watch over and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder City, I shall relay your words forthwith. It will give the people hope to know that they can aid the restoration of the 12th Wood. Thank you, and now we must go. We go to Silent Arbor. There's something foul impedes the flow of ether. Let us hurry. On my way. The injury has begun to heal and our next destination lies to the north. Yeah, Hirstenville, I believe. It is faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I'm certain it's there. Come. So she can like sense like the corruption like somewhere on the ground, but she cannot sense like this fucking gigantic monster corrupting like everything around it. Are you kidding me? It's fortunate that the corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse the soil, after which we may plant a sapling. I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the 12-foot size with a contentment I have not felt in a long while. But it will serve to placate the Great One, I cannot say. Not until we visit the Guardian Tree. Excuse me, but you're the Elder Cece, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption had upset the balance of ether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer and saplings. Thus has the 12-foot reclaimed the measure of peace. You've been planting trees? We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavor to raise their spirits. Elder Cece, I've got to protest. What's of your people's spirits? We who dread every step we must take out of doors. The terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason, and if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job. I know that you are afraid, that you and yours suffer still. However, it is under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the 12th home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear of the blasphemy continued existence. To ignore the plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. To bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties, that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating Leibniz and the suffocating the spirit spreads. So I pray you continue to put your faith in our guardians and in me. That we could, Elder Cece, but we've been dealing with death and sickness since before Leibniz coming. They say the creeping death's nothing to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, had plenty on hand. For a while we thought it would be alright, but by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for all of us when she passed, but for none more so than her poor husband, Stupin. He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Gleipnir to compound our woes. Supin. Cannot be. You speak of Easura Supin? Easura? No, Supin was an odd one. But no one would mistake him for Pajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Elingia. But his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason, and it caught on with the rest of us. I see. And what did Elingia look like? Well, I'd say he'd seen no more than 30 summers. Kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times. So after he met his beloved, he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit. Spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. He had finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Elinja's story. Sad though it was, it has helped me to better understand how much you all have suffered. I promise that you will have cause to celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you again to place your faith in the elementals and in me. Together we shall overcome this crisis. Very interesting. Despite what he said, I'm certain this Elijah was Easura Supin. Think that he was living so close for all these years, searching for new purpose and finding true love, only to be robbed of that fulfillment too. Were he still a Pajal, empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He wouldn't have dwelled on the question, night after sleepless night. I know I would have. Mayhap in the end he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair was consumed. Aye, the animosity would linger, endure, and the vengeance would Gleipnir find its final purpose. We have done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we will be accepted as friends. Our supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's lotus. May it be enough to receive an audience. O Great One, may I abide ever beneath your bows, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Still the fear within your heart, and know that I am your faithful servant. All feeling, passing corruption, refreshed, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friendship, peace. The work the Great One speaks to the elder seats here. We are right to follow Jorin's example. Vanity spawn, despairs often, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we have done, you deny us? After all the Sitsia has endured, she has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the 12th wood. People cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. What are you doing here? We've been depending on the seeds here all our lives, blaming them whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. But no longer. The Elder City has gone to incredible lengths for our people, and so our people have come to return the favor. If your plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection, Dad, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder Seeds here and beseech the Great One for aid. We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest. Please share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Ani, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith to man, render up flesh. Then you agree to help us. Flesh, branches, take and join, oldest elders, renew bond at once, dear. Raise upon to heavens, covenant symbol, our staff, all join, all bloom, all peace. My duty weighed heavy on my heart, so heavy that at times I scarce remembered to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. We came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. I, nay, Gridania, is forever in your debt. I rely on you all once more. I bid you take these branches to every corner of the 12th wood and join them to the eldest trees, where we might finally win free of this despair. It shall be done, Elder Cizia, we swear. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing spell all across the 12th wood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that Glebnir was still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. I admit for a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the Elder Cizia moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. The final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound, and so she must scour the ancient text before the time comes, and consult with the Cizia Council to make sure all goes according to plan. It's just as well we still need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the 12th wood. Then, of course, there's the matter of Glebnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready. Big food. Impeccable timing as always, Roy, but moments ago the Elder Cecilia sent word to go and fetch you. She's already on her way and I will explain everything herself when she arrives. The children of the 12th Road, both Mughal and man alike, have sallied forth branches in hand to the far reaches of the forest. Soon the task shall be completed. Though the shadows of death yet looms large, they do not allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast to their faith in a brighter future. We shall see their hope rewarded, and by the grace of the elementals, consign these grim days to memory. We need only succeed in summoning the ermine hedge. You may recall that the Great One's words were muddled and esoteric. I believe it was an instruction to carry out this esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption befouling the forest, that the once tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, when the ermine hedge what last was formed, was to protect the 12th Wood from threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them as a father would his child. On this occasion, however, we will call upon it to nourish and revitalize as a mother nurses her child to make them strong against sickness. And channeling the power of the elementals in this way, we can stem the spread of Gleipnir's poison, and the scars of its passing will finally heal. At least that was what the Great One intended to say, I believe. The Cecilia Council agrees with my interpretation and has permitted me to perform the ceremony. I have in my possession a single branch, a final one to be attached to the eldest tree of the 12th Wood. For all that you have done to aid us thus far, I ask you to accept this honor. Who better to set the final stone in this new foundation for everlasting peace? You who have sacrificed so much for the sake of others. If we had even a sliver of your courage, we could move mountains. Thank you, my friend. We will find the tree of which I spoke in front of the Leather Workers Guild. Let us depart. Look to the boughs above and you will see a spot where the bark has been discolored by age and the elements. There you must fix the branch. You ascend the ancient trunk and affix the branch of the guardian tree to the weathered bark as directed by the Elder Cecilia. I should have made this a jumping puzzle, that would be cool. You're quite a climber, and with that, our preparations are now complete. Let us return to the guardian tree, and with the aid of the Great One, deliver salvation to the whole of the 12th Wood. Uh-oh, it's duty time. Big Monka? If it is truly Iyasuwa's lingering resentment for the elementals that drives the blasphemy, then it will surely come. For the sake of the man he was, I must try to appeal to his reason. But should I fail, then we will have no recourse but to fight. Regardless, this day we shall bid farewell to Gleipnir. Alright, this is where it ends. After that, I can get a coffee. To the branches of the guardian tree, the 12 swords become as one. Summoning the ermine hedge, every elm of these sacred lands will be imbued with the Great One's nourishing ether. The forest will be empowered to heal itself, to break free of Gleipnir's despair. The ceremony is complex and delicate, and I must maintain focus. I trust you will do what is necessary to see that I am not interrupted. Blasphemy. Leibniz. Are the animals so deserving of your scorn? Do you hate me too, for my horns? I knew a boy once, a boy who called them gifts, symbols of the blessings he resolved to share with the world. Yet the beast before me no brings naught but misery and death, marks its victims with chains to bind them and condemn, to share in its suffering. I was not there for you then, but I am here for you now, to unmake what you have become. I shall begin the ceremony. Stand fast and remember what we fight for. Oh my god. Harm you for the pitiful beast. Let us see what the contents of your nuts. Oh, he's gonna die. Oh yeah. Go. Interrupted. My prayers have been heard. And cleans the corruption from our home.
By the grace of the elementals!
Oh gosh.
By the light of the crystal! Be gone with you! What's will be done?
Alright. GG. Through sacred soil and azure skies, may your compassion flow and swell to banish the darkness. Receding terror, blissful quiet. Blessing, covenant preserved, now and always, child of child. Honor and gratitude unending. For we as well, honor and gratitude unending. We could not have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting grace, I pray you continue to guide we children of the forest In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken who succumb to despair. To you, my dear Iasura, I promise I shall never forget your words of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing, and the duty to our people I will uphold. Until my final breath, this I swear. Thank you, Zora. The great cleansing could not have succeeded without you. The blight has been purged, and the blasphemous beast which bore it laid low. Sacred wood that once held its breath in fear now breathes a long sigh of relief. I must return to Gridania and my regular duties as Elder Seetsier, but I should be glad if you could call upon me there. That is, if I may impose upon you one final time. Thank you. I promise not to detain you at length. Let us meet again at the Lotus Stand. Yeah, let's sit awaits you within. Shall I escort you to her? The Great One's ether flows all throughout the 12th foot, purging the last vestiges of Gleipnir's poison. The surviving wounded are no longer in danger and have begun to recover at long last. We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you, my friend. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again for tireless efforts in bringing Gleipnir to here. You went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland. You were inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. Forgive me, Elder Sitzia, but this crisis behind us, I will suggest a new course of action. Oh, and what would that be? Rest. In all our time together, I have never seen you so hard pressed. You are weary and could benefit from a brief respite. I appreciate your concern, my friend, but I cannot, will not. One day perhaps, but not this day. But Elder Sitzia, recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past, upon lessons that I once thought I had taken to heart. When I did not yet understand the duty with which I had been entrusted, when these horns of mine were but chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose. It was Iasura who taught me to appreciate the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help me keep the proper path, where would my errant feet have taken me instead? He was perhaps the first, but he would not be the last. My brother and sister and countless other kind souls, through their words and their support, I have also helped me to continue to find a way forward, even when I thought there was none. It is by opening our hearts to one another that we, in turn, open new paths, that we can conceive of great opportunities and brighter futures. All who live within Gridania are deserving of these gifts, and so I must always be there for them, that together we may journey in safety through darkest night. tempted to live wild and free like an adventurer? It is not without its appeal. I recall fondly the few occasions I have traveled beyond. Our time together in the churning mist left a lasting impression. If ever there came a time when I need no longer serve as Elder Seetsier, I should very much like to accompany you on another adventure. Regardless of what the future has in store, my present course is clear. So long as we Pajals serve as a bridge between man and elemental, Gwydiana can weather any storm. And so I will continue to walk hand in hand with my people and my patrons, along a path that we discover together. So the blasphemy is no more. There are still administrative matters to resolve. If it is not too much to ask, could you bring word of the recent events to our delegate in Watsathan? It's been an honor and a pleasure, my friend. May the elementals watch over you and keep you. Welcome back. I pray I've brought glad tidings. Lamia slain. You brought joy to me and otherwise on an otherwise uneventful day. Of course, I had complete faith in your success, but had begun to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I anticipated. I shall report your success to the envoys at once. We have further need of you. I pray you will answer our call. Oh, you get all three. Now dial level 90 gear for tank rolls. Level 90 job specific gear will become available upon completing the main scenario quest Endwalker. Alright. Alright, before I continue though, let me quickly start the coffee machine. I'll be right back. Getting kinda cold. I like this song a lot. There's so many good songs in this expansion. Carried apart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave it away when the dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust her judgment and face Meteon as we are. Which leaves us the not so small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? We were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Zoe, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans and the interim for the interim are decided. When the two of you are finished, meet us back at the Baldesian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora, I have something to show you. Welcome, Zoe, to Tao's boutique. I've done my best to provide the science with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would not need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career with finding masterpiece. But then inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnian refugees, I decided to set up a shop here in Charlene. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, but perish the thought. Vazaruth, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tatao. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel. Okay, let me quickly get my coffee. Wow. Alright. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Idana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. The simulacrum too will stay in Shalane, while I oversee matters in Wazadhan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me to, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. It also allows me, after a fashion. Oh yeah. Marshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to the lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and the means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at least return home to Wazadhan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe you me, the artisans have taught me so much about Thavnian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tatao. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey onto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to the star. I will not see the sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until What's harness return to its former glory. Not us. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of the star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Wife check. Ah, where must I go to meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Getting me with some flavor of taste. The cooking way? No. This fucking guy. Why, old girl? My, whatever are you doing here? In your boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. So I have nowhere to flaunt said women's so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortin, insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Chalane. Thus do I toil, through every fiber of my being wails against it. Why, I have even suffered the company of that brute Sickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honora here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Chalane delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every aspect. Cafe over on the pier. The cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for the cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion and tata for now, old girl. Well, if is that Zora and Tataru I spy? Hancock, what are you still doing here? Said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Very not. I will return straightways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. It wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from wound. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There's not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bukairu Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishments, but the East Aldena Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Aha, one of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Ludovico have to offer. Well, let us speak more of this upon your return. Let's enjoy even more of the Tao's ire until next we meet. Also, I decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? The Tao. Big stretch. I take it to work on the arc proceeds apace. Aye, it does indeed. Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Chalet and Edwards at Harder has been a rewarding experience. And let's say nothing of that we've learned from the low poets. The arc is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Shalane. Alpha. I think he sensed coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in a time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Shalane. Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvel, yet here I am. May, more often than not, you and the science are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a card chocobo. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Zurai. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. When you head back, would you tell the engineers to be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you to Tao. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Reg and I should get going. Still a few more supplies together before we turn. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Vasurud from Palakastan. I remember from the cutscene. He was doing a speech. Ah yes, it was you who helped us as Purusa, and again we were crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tatao and I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel Here in the face of calamity, in such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby's Bazaar. We were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Guahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. This has been a long journey, and I have been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you preserve time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I have long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. In addition to your new ensemble, we have remnants of weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Vazarud. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the world quest associated with said job. Oh, every class actually have their own gear for every job. I look like a fucking pirate, dude. Yarr! Give me the booty. Dude, my right side is still like shit. At least 2 items. Actually 3 items. Ooh. I realize you still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself and the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldesian Annex, so I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Choir first. I'm sure they would have told her of their plans. You're back. I take it you received your gift from the tower. I was surprised long in the making with many long. Dude, I can't read today. It was a surprise long in the making with many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized and with great success. If you're looking for the others though, they're already taking the leave. Stola, Thancred, and Oriange have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alicia and Guaha, meanwhile, thought the time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alfin and Estinian, well, they have elected to pay a visit to the Livilier estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you are mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I suggest heading to the last stand before Stola and the others finish eating, but above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. Oh, there. I come to make our trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat and we'll see about getting you a drink. As long as I don't have to pay for it.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her. Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gunblade yesterday. And to think I used to prefer fighting from the shadows. Gods, I really have changed.
We've come far together.
Pizza?
And if we have aught to say about it, we'll go
Rollo?
further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
He has to find a way to get to the first.
Continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds.
Exactly. That's what it's all about.
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
Promise to the furry.
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
I don't know, farming gear, leveling other jobs.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Those we can save. Or something, whatever the sentence was. Oh yeah, leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best if you rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Uyanje. And I say the others would become your company as well. If you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters.
Oh. What brings you here?
Oh, sorry, am I not invited? Leave again.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family.
True. Family.
Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Try speaking with Alize, but she's fast asleep.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Okay. Welcome back, so I return to catch your final few wings before embarking on your mission, I presume? Be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. There he is. I was already wondering what he's doing. Damn, dude, he's turning into a Super Saiyan.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
I saw nothing in you. I just wanted to kill you because it was my quest, okay? Thus it dawns. The day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
I suppose it's where we part ways for now, at least. But I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Garluf Baldisium will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. All one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life, things I would believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture into the sea of stars. Everyone's here. What up, guys?
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuneau, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
Are you calling it the Endwalker?
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
Oh.
From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal.
Fuck the Spriggan
Given its
scrubs.
immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare. Not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves.
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
If you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set some... okay. More cutscenes? Count me in. Hi, comrades. Get them.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. arrival. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. A burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Engage!
Engage!
There it goes.
Endwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
Let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
What?
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
peace? Good. Sleeping Way, report.
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What, already? That was quick.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Uh-oh.
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all readings are within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Damn. Alright, I have to piss. Hold on, I'll be right back. Wait, is it over?
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright. They even have ether white crystals here. What a surprise. I can't guarantee I will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. A strange new world. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. Seems as good as direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Quickly do that. Actually, no. Actually, yes. That's a stellar dragon. Tumblr is right, I am indeed a bit hungry. But only a bit. Damn, is this Majora's Mask, dude? Wounds, but of what I wonder. Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Oh, there's an area. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Whether it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. Thank God it's here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Yeah. Oh, there's a black hole. Okay. And then there's something else. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, I still no trace of Thanquid. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. I wonder if Midgard's Soma could tell us something about this place because there are dragons, which is kinda weird. So I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close and there's chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. What are you talking about? There's nothing. The hell? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions where we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. Right, a word before we join the others. You see them too, don't you? The dragons? As I thought, the presence is tenuous at best, but there is no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardsormr and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetherius? Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death in anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Oh.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh, yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade into a place you can perceive and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business. Huh?
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Thank God it's not really gone, is he? Opium. So without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that. This is true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Exactly. Regardless, and sacrifice, he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it and ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Estinian, Surai, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they are not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation. But please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. A visitor, not of the star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame, or how we would adore thee, alas? With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Beyond the distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver, no bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never had we known such shame. Still now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Astromagnetic storm. Thou wouldst bid me to speak? Folly. I observed the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor war, only watch and wait and end. While one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Noel, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the way to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Still eggs here? Oh. They let you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar in Aetheris. Midgardsormr's kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from the ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid is pooled inside his egg shell. The noxious ether is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. The stomach turns as you return the egg in its resting place. Disgusting. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps a dragon net within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been wounded. If the dragonlet was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. You should look for them. You start with the cliff tops and I'll search the plains. Oh, it's a small dragon. I guess we're killing the small dragon. The boisterous howling hath been quiet, by thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? I thought I hit a dragon or something resembling one. Ah, I see. I see what has happened here. Was it your child? Perhaps some eggs within our mole are indeed mine. Life within one did quicken. The best thou hast slain me may be of my blood. The beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, old heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long, a bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon the prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. Survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild. Futile effort. In purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. But our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerge as abominations. Shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are, many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest star were home to the harshest rulers. And the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. It is a curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. Tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there's another star. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. Sole reward for senseless bloodshed. A pain, I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Do. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Zurai, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off to it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside is space. The space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Lopoids to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest the bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we have no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteion's, but the dragons that holds us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or whether they have chosen no path at all, meaning there's no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. Sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. The reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteion meant to unmake us us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She considered it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. Was Ultima Thule's architect Meteion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in the clash of wills? Though I marked no leader among them, as such I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough mayhap to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but a few words carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against this calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. All End, they call him. In the dragon tongue, thou wilt find him nearby, eye fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Oh my god, this scared me a bit. I guess there's gonna be some transformation going on or something. Because I don't see the gem trader yet on the map. Oh, Ebola had an accident. Didn't want that. Oh my god. It was almost an accident happening, chat.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Hey, stupid ass dragon, wake up, bitch.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
This
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Let us know
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back! Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
Wife check.
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
I'm good. How are you? Damn, the explorer was even here. What a legend, dude. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. A powerful gale has diverted you onto another island. Other signs should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remained trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the hours of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thanquid. The sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Elisa is right. We must press on for them sake. First impression? I don't know. It's a destroyed planet. Looks cool though. As Stola and Elise said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings? Perhaps this is memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Treat carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. What the hell is that? Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and assure them with the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Oh. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure, it's hard to make out at the distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystal as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we might find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. other one. Oh my god, it's a black hole! Hi travelers, this is a most unexpected occurrence. It is true. Hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introduction is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, air, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. So it is an entirely applicable given our present state. You are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Opkard. Yes, Opkard of the ear. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether or dynamics, as the space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I get a response to my presence is positive then that as well. Or there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. Total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather loud, isn't it? Ah, my apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporal forms? Why? To bring an end to our existence, of course. Wow. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious something exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the air, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is an indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the air wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining, mind. So we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Kinda dank enemies here. Minion. Welcome to our boat. Most of our compeers will find remain idle in their domiciles. Though your quizzical expression indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone. Oh. Nice. Say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by sudden inspiration, we are wise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. Need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. Cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there's no response. Oh, this is water. What the hell? Water. You wish to speak? Very well, pray a moment if you would. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Damn, he's cooming. This little crystalline ball. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they fail to answer, then it's likely because their minds have unwavered due to the prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others. There are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few here have awakened. Ah, there they are. Yo, what up? May I introduce to you Lalakt, Dudek, and Ninate. It's been too long, Copcard. I dare say Shadow 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them to awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who's speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such a similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Copcard, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long has it been it completely escaped my mind. It still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Oh no, Nedek. The archives has long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dollar. Surely you could recall that much. Of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish the ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We'd only invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. Yummy. Yummy ether. I think I'm gonna quickly start the oven though, because I wanna make me a pizza. I'll be right back. Maybe also gonna start the coffee machine one more time. Oh god. Okay. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. Brace yourself for a wash of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, the meticulously as one might create the EA's homeworld. This is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As we creations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of their recreated armored. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So did you have your fill of ether? It was great. Alas, we couldn't absorb it, a deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with the sophisticated ways, however, we would not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? Your flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the air yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pure pursuit of knowledge and technological advancements. By transcending all limitations, we believe we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see, too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena and thence predict the future. We could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answer you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we still share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone palace just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegia. Truth, guys? Finally? A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Here we join the air. There's one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Do I go Hatia? Might I trouble you for your assistance? But yeah, of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Oriancha, but I trust you have our best interest at heart. The rest of us shall go ahead to Elegia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Alright. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there's naught to investigate. I was but to pretend to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Of course, she must have visited the stars of the dragons and the air before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than had she relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Medium perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. Or entelechy, I think that's how you pronounce it. In the course of her star-faring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it the power of dynamis. It is my supposition that, overwhelmed by the longing for death, Meteon did unleash dynamis and ushered the dragons and the air onto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find a way forward, pray ask yourselves this: in the place where you stand, who is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? It is indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance for the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, at what moment might I stand strongest? After all what we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then let us go and join our comrades. Let us be off to Elegia. Way to dang. Seems everyone is accounted for, shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls, though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Gone. Just like that.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you, to all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Smugface? Is I had an idea? What's that about? Victory. Something lost. Alright, let me quickly put the pizza in the oven. I'll be right back. Alright, pizza is ready in 15 minutes. Fuck. Alright. Are you all ready to continue on? Let's make for what for where that light's shown. Ishtola and Urianja have opened the way for us. How fortunate that you are here, Corporal Being, for we are in need of your assistance. I am sure you saw some of my kind drifting about the untamed wild just over there. As I understand, they are binding the spirits together as one in the hopes of diluting their consciousness and thereby erasing their sorrows. Unfortunately, the resulting amalgam doubtless longs for more minds to incorporate, and if other air approach it, we may be drawn into the growing mass against our will. Corporal form seems to outweigh your mental capacity, so you should be safe. However, please destroy the collective consciousness before it kills us all. Does he say I'm dumb? Bitch? Your ready acceptance gladdens me. I believe that is if you lay waste to two wandering souls, the amalgam will disappear. Do be aware that while your mind is safe, it may present other dangers should you realize that you are attempting. Pardon me, traveler. I lack the sense of time and perceived by those of finite lifespans, but might you be able to spare a moment to speak with some of my fellow heir? It is rare to find one so unmarred by the scars of deepest wisdom. The appearance and perceptions as an outsider differ so much from our own that I wonder if a degree of interaction might prove stimulating for both parties. Much obliged. I shall mark their location on your map. They tend to spend considerable time frequenting their usual haunts. Imagine falling down there. Before I was lost in the universe. What a curious being you are. Have my peers discovered how to regain their corporal forms while I remain lost in thought? Oh, of course not. Come to think of it, I wonder if we ever possessed a peculiar form that you now do. Oh dear, I fear this always happens when I dive too deep into such ruminations. The very moment I attempt to regain clarity, it triggers this most unpleasant reaction. My fellow heir have not found a way for us to reacquire our corporality. Perhaps it falls to me to meditate further upon the matter. In any event, pray leave me to my cogitations. Let's move. Dude, I'm looking forward to my pizza so much right now. I haven't eaten today yet. How curious, an unfamiliar corporal life form calls out to me as I wait in vain for the inevitable coming of the end. This is indeed the chance of a lifetime, mayhap of many lifetimes. And so I pose to you this question. Time traveler, what is the true nature of life in the universe? T2. Why? Precisely. That is the very conclusion I arrived at myself. How heartening and surprising, I dare say, to meet one as enlightened as myself. Very true. This beautiful tree you got here growing. Oh, you must be the traverser from beyond who has been causing quite a stir around our abode. What a stroke of luck. In fact, I had been hoping that I might have the opportunity to exchange thoughts with you and your companions. For you see, I have for too long whiled away my days in listless banality, drifting waywardly as my mental faculties dulled and slowed. I so longed to strike upon a stimulating conversation with a traveler, yet for so long none would pay me a visit. Santa is there. That said, I never imagined that you would have such a strange physical form. Pray tell me, how do you keep your balance? What keeps your innards from spilling out to one of the multiple orifices in your body? Oh, but pardon me. Well, I meant no offense. Clearly life in your world found this shape to be suitable, perhaps even necessary, for your survival. Perhaps our own original form was equally horrifying. You made quick work of the amalgam. Of course it is well within our ears' reach to choose when they wish to end their own existence, but to force others to join them, however accidentally, is another matter. This whole ordeal has led me to contemplate how I should meet my own demise. But forget me, I forgot such matters are not left to choice for your kind. Truthfully, I envy you. To go forth each day full of vigor, not knowing when your lives will be unexpectedly snuffed out, it must feel incredible. My apologies if I've made you uncomfortable. I am unused to speaking with mortals. Be assured that I appreciate your help, and you have given me much to think about regarding death or perhaps life. Celeste? Just chose it because of its name. Because I'm itching to play Celeste again. Did you encounter my acquaintances? I can only hope that they derive the same sense of stimulation from conversing with you as I myself. For if so, we may yet discover a means to attain a moratorium known as death. Until that time, should you ever be in the mood for a discussion on the profound and inevitable meaninglessness of the universe, we will be here waiting. Yes, always waiting. Look like little spiders or something. They're so creative with the enemies, the enemy design. Ooh, a level cheater. Fuck 'em. Cheating? My game? Oh shit. Come on. In. $17,000 right in your fucking face, which didn't even quit. That would be funny. Wouldn't even be mad, dude. Time up. Okay. 40 seconds. I like how they like strike a lot of like real questions to like real life, you know. There was like something else yesterday I think I noticed, which like reminded me of real life in some manner, but what was it about? I forgot again. I think just the entire... I don't know what I was thinking of. Maybe it was like about like fossil fuel, etc. in Garlemald. I forgot what it was about. I had to like think of real life issues. End of Alpes. What do you mean exactly? Hold on, my pizza is ready. I'll be right back. Yeah. Yeah, the game has like a lot of philosophical like aspects which you can draw, or like which you can draw upon real life as well. Like this entire segment like reminds me of like, you know, like how we know that the sun is at some point like gonna like, you know, implode or whatever, and that the time of Earth is finite, and that whatever we do, like, you know, is like, is it futile to some degree? Yes, I can feel it, the ether emanating from that arcane pattern. This is a portal and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Kinda elegant here. Omnicrons. This is the home world of fucking Oh, Peter's already gone. Sad. Very sad. Time to make another. The inquisitive Omnicon is eager to understand a certain phenomenon. Assistance requested. This unit has observed a curious phenomenon in which certain members of enemy factions have exhibited a marked increase in their combat capabilities. Analysis suggests that said members share unique interspecific bonds with others in their faction. These individuals were conferred titles such as consort and family. This unit detected no difference in physiology that would provide notable advantages in combat, yet the presence of interspecific bonds alone led to an increase in performance. Records indicate that one member of a bond group exhibits this exponential improvement when others are eliminated. Potential benefits of such augmentation are projected to be immense. Thus, this unit's query: are you familiar with the aforementioned phenomenon? This is fortunate, as this unit has constructed a consort for research purposes. You are asked to delineate the method by which this unit might form an intraspecific bond with said consort. Requesting standby at present coordinates. Initiating consort retrieval. Oh, I should cast him. Activating introduction. This unit presents an aforementioned consort. At present, its capabilities are comparable to subordinate patrol units. How should we proceed? Anonymous detected. Initiating semantic review. Closer 1. Just obtaining a nearer physical proximity to the target, and at present, this unit will move forward to the consort in an attempt to develop the desired intraspecific bond. Visual analysis at this range reveals a dent in the target's frame. Estimated impact on functionality inconsequential. This unit requests confirmation that such discoveries result in improved performance. Cross-reference in gesture database. Application identified as doubtful. Issuing new proposal to refer to the Omicron as my beloved. Simulating the way in which a member of an enemy faction referred to its bondmate. Appellation change confirmed. New designation, my beloved. Reconfiguring emotional status to grateful. This unit appreciates your assistance in facilitating the creation of a special bond with my beloved. Initiating phase 2 of experiment. This unit will evaluate whether the destruction of my beloved bears a positive impact on this unit's combat capabilities. Transmitting self-destruct command to my beloved. What the hell? Analyzing unit status. No changes in functionality detected. Possibility of transmission failure estimated at 78%. This unit asks that you confirm that my beloved has successfully executed the self-destruct command. Retrieval of remains also requested. Well, almost, I guess. Initiating communication. This unit requests your participation in an Omicron combat simulation. 98.8% of the past 12,359 sessions have produced the exact same results. Thus, an unknown quantity such as yourself is required. An Omicron aggressor is positioned outside the base. This unit has instructed said opponent to record all combat session data. You may initiate your assault when your preparations are complete. Will its records be destroyed if I smash it? Are you looking for more pummeling or pulverizing? Uncertainty detected. Reviewing previous transmission, verbal analysis suggests this unit has omitted crucial information regarding the current mission. This unit begs your pardon. Once you have nearly destroyed the aggressor, you are requested to activate this device, which will automatically transfer combat data to a convenient portable format. Initiating handover protocol. Beep boop 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 beep boop. Sending coordinates. Per the transmission you have just received, the opponent is located on the planar frame extending from the space. Configuring emotional state to grateful. This unit thanks you for your cooperation. Oh, there would be one more here. Never mind. Yeah, yikes. Can the ether whites not always be so close to each other? This guy still thinks he's like living in Azeroth. Jesus Christ, get a grip. That's already the last one? Big pog. Requesting retrieval of my beloved. Potential for reconstruction and further experimentation remains high. Self-destruct confirmed successful. Deadly experiment confirmed unsuccessful. Analysis of this unit's parameters show no change in functionality. This unit will consider executing a family simulation after reconsulting enemy faction data, but based on the results of the consort simulation, termination of research may be advisable. Reconfiguring emotional state from disappointed to grateful. This unit thanks you once more for your cooperation. Your proposed methodology may be implemented in future experiments. Reviewing received transmission. Analysis suggests the aggressor is no longer operational. Requesting return of previously provided recording device. Extraction of combat data complete. Analyzing. Beep boop. Quality of data greatly exceeds expected values in all previous records. Reconfiguring emotional state to impressed. The data suggests you engaged the aggressor at close quarters and gave it little time to respond. This unit will submit a request to the logistics matrix for the augmentation of emergency escape apparatus. Searching database for situational appropriate axiom. Only through combat can we improve ourselves. The absence of new challenge results in stagnation. Records indicate this base has not encountered new threats in a considerable amount of time. This unit sees potential value in enduring attacks more frequently, though its Discord prevention module is buzzing in the most irritating fashion. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your cooperation with the collection of combat data. Analysis suggests it will prove invaluable to the further development of base Omicron. I guess you're welcome. Initiating trading protocol. This unit is... Oh, one moment please. Initiating trading protocol. This unit is programmed to trade for bicolor gemstones, though this unit does not understand what value they hold. Dynamis crystal. This appears to be the console. Oh wait, it's not a robot anymore. But it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Of course. I learned a lot at Garland Iron Works. I'm basically a machinist. Try touching, smacking, and tuning with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. There must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons.
We have just to smack it really hard.
As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Yep.
Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic? You still have it! Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited.
Got him.
Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
More juice.
It worked.
Oh, that's it already? No one.
Opening connection to communications module 1.
Oh, guys.
Established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
What are we reacting to?
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
What?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Do we know if it's even safe to like re-stream the Game Awards? Co-streaming. Wait. Watch the Game Awards through the eyes of content creators around the world. Here are some of the confirmed co-streamers. Oh. If you are planning to co-stream the Game Awards, sign up below. By doing so, your stream may be featured on this website. Sign up for YouTube and Facebook with your email, or opt in directly by logging in via Twitch. After clicking opt in, you will confirm that you want to co-stream the event, and if you are using Twitch, you'll also be asked to log in via Twitch. And that's it. Once approved, it will be added to the future stream list below. Yes, we welcome and encourage co-streaming. Okay. The other one was a bit like, had like a double meaning, like as if you have to like sign up for them. Let us focus our search on the outpost. Aliza and I will try speaking with the army cons this time in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Gua could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Oh, go away. Search base Omicron for error and Omicrons. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target an Omicron, examine it with left mouse click. Oh, look at this little guy here. That's not an Omicron, it's an ambystoma, and especially a lively one at that. Perhaps it snuck aboard the Ragnarok, but however it came here, it seems to be completely in its element. Well, he's zooming. Omicron wonders about ceaselessly as if lacking a clear objective. An Omicron wandering aimlessly, where? Ah, I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. Not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used that portal. Time to go through and see what we find. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I'm looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. It cannot survive in our environment, however it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being far away in matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, this specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did at countless others. We conquered the star whence this tree came. This is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which I may aspire, yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. It was acting outside of orders. Yeah, perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. They are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. The endeavor to life, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Time is away. One day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic. Do you think I will be mentioned in it? You're not here, so you can be in the story? I don't understand what that means. Maybe in a footnote. Maximum. Oh, calm now. How much would it have to cost you to simply nod? It is no simple thing to earn a place beside you. This I know full well, but it is something to hope for as I forge on. Well, we had best get armed for our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Waha only chasing the cloud. What a guy. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. To play some hard needle games instead, Gaha, and post your clears on Twitter. Says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operation unit, that there is no way to arrange a direct meeting. So that it served to prove that it's a business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir? An inspired idea, I dare say it is a worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case the incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Zora, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you return, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps it could only be our errand Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphano, I will stand by at the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this double-plagued Omicron. Oh, we're already level 90. You are the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Observe closely for anomalous behavior after Elisa has cast a spell. You may move the camera as well as zoom in. An anomaly, you say? Forming diagnostic error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, is maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade to struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Guys, I'll be right back. Minutes. Alright. Affirmative. What end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the council, let us head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was, my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy are spent, for I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
Ah. I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you, properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment, when we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
We are able having an answer.
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink, of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
They all leave so easily as if it's nothing. How do they know? How do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I give him such a flick, and that will be just the start. The crystalline path Guar has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on for our friends and all that await us in the faith. Come, let us seek the path beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Looks like a portal is open. Surely they will deliver us through, it must. Here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far. The courage, the strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue no matter how long it takes. The innumerable lights that shine in the distance, to think that they all could have birthed civilization. To think that everything they built has gone to dust, the people lost to despair, of the stars floating in the sea of midnight, ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alice beside me, there's nothing I fear, no ocean so vast I cannot cross. The broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if there are also worlds recreated at the ends. Sight of them fills me with sorrow I cannot describe, and the truth I cannot deny. Birth and death, whence we came and where we'll return, a wheel from which there is no escape. Thanker would just scout the road ahead. Ich stole on your Riancha would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Baha would join in the discussion or else chat with me and Alizé about the mission. Asenion would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. The fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? The portal is barely visible from up here. Surely we've come far, much farther than what would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them. That Heidelin has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of this very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? All along, a elaborate dream. Any moment now, we'll wake up in bed, little student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day relived as the fragments of that other life fade away. That would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured I'm fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. We'll be all over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we make sure to bear our share of the burden. Well, this is it, the end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. And what we achieved and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for and dying for as they did. There are some structures up ahead, still ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you forgive me if I wish for it all the same, and for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once I wanted to be the one to help you. This is almost. Normal? Not unlike many cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There's simply no one here. Etion. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life but no longer. How it ended I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Such all you like, but you'll never end up turning back. Think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. If there is no one here, then neither should there be emotions to bar our way. Yet Michan seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Michan may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Anyone that hit you, they do not respond. Like at the beginning when we got here, Guaha also said when inspecting the house that he already seen the symbol somewhere. Very curious. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but some moments ago. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in the place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sittings on the counter. Vessels for the beverages, in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the wounds, but otherwise spy no signs of life. The call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letter boxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long time. Right, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I noticed the same things. Cups left on tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphinaud and compare what we've learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will. I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you, the last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Oh shit, it's the rascal, dude. Don't let him in, he's gonna do something. No! No! Big mistake. In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. Sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Drink of calamity, drown in...
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
What I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
and Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you. I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteon, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Aetheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh man, the expansion's already planned, look at this.
I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in the moment, your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. There it is. Are you ready, Zoe? And let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone resolved is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within the dead sun swirls the emotions that Median has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not that for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Whether it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, by still refusing to share in them ourselves, hold fast to hope, not in ignorance but by choice. If you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you all have helped me. I. The dead ends.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered. Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Oh, that's just slow.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
How does this work? I got a lot of fun stacks, I'm not sure why. Uh-oh. A weird stack marker, I guess.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
Facial distortion.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved. Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost. They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Fake. I'll put that bad boy on.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Killed them all. Crazy motherfucker, dude.
Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys. What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
Well, someone has echo here, I think. No. Maybe he just stood in an AoE or something. Oh, come on, I use my bow light, dude. Yeah. Last mercy. Voila.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts, Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Why do I have level 43 legs? Where are those coming from now?
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one Mayweather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and lament the future. So shall we sing until life ceases to be.
Seven hells!
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Damn, I was hoping for boobas. What the fuck?
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Opium.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Gua farming on stacks.
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait! Don't!
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Oh man.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend.
My playmate is finding you.
I saw something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
I'm on it.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor. It is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Oh my god, are we gonna fight on Xeno's back? Oh. Big fat tacos are big. Fat tacos are big, fat tacos are big, fat tacos are big. Dude, it's the Stargate. Forward. Ah, that's not good. There we go. She's pointing upwards. Are you stupid? Never was there a more epic Lalafell than this. And trust me.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
The hell, why is he dead? How did he do that?
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Shit. Maybe look more at her. like around the rear.
Utterly futile.
And when she opens her mouth, it's a
Your
sign.
suffering is at an end. This is a kindness. All of us have known despair. We have seen the end.
What the hell was that? Oh, I see when they clash. Oh, I still dodged it somehow. Close. Oh, what is this?
The same end. Again and again.
Alright.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains. Tis so lonely between the stars. We have seen the end.
Almost have LB3.
The same end. Again and again. This is a kindness.
Come on, LB3. Oh my god, this thing is only at 68%, are you kidding me?
Even stars must die. Tis so lonely between the stars. This is a kindness.
Oh, finally, Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
All of us have known despair. Even stars must die. Tis so lonely between the stars.
Oh, that looks so funny.
This is a kindness.
Out of the middle.
All of us have known despair. Even stars must die. Tis so lonely between the stars. If there is no happiness in life, there is only one place it may be found.
Aku tapi
Oblivion.
Oh, should we IB3 that? Yeah.
Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate.
What the fuck?
Your time has come. It always does.
We don't have another IB3. What again?
What is this defiance? No! The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw. This can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better.
Oh my god.
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Oh. Oh. One of the healers deserved that. Forward, my friends. Damn, I only got one commendation, even though I secured this one, okay?
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, You who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris. Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds, a song of hope. One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know, but I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
Alright, Xenos. The time to settle the score. One final battle.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero. Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer? Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
Oh, look at him. I hope we're gonna Omni Slash him at the end, right? Come. Okay. I can't move, hello? Power swells. Oh, now I can. Running with dynamic shaped by the memory of your journey, you're exceeding your own limits.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine!
Gonna push me?
Ha! Still biting you, I see.
Oh, I was supposed to stay in the water, wasn't I?
Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Oh no! My kryptonite, you found it!
Soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking!
Holy shit! Alright guys, we're tanked.
Mine for the taking!
Oh my god, you almost got it again. Oh, I'm scared. Oh no.
A test of your reflexes!
Okay, okay, very interesting.
A test of your reflexes!
Okay.
Mine for the taking!
Oh! Oh, he almost got me again with his shit. Yeah, just gonna take it. Fuck it.
A test of your reflexes!
Oh! Oh shit!
A test of your reflexes!
Are you kidding me?
Mine for the taking! Ugh. Ah, my soul! How it burns! I know you feel it too. The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
He only slashing me, what the hell?
Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
Bitch, please, I'm just getting started.
Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
Whoa. Oh, okay, we just... Okay. Oh my god, what...
A test of your reflexes!
Okay, reflex, yeah. Okay, got it.
I have you! A test of your reflexes!
Guys, a test of my reflexes, I'm ready.
Show me your vaunted fortitude! A test of your reflexes! I have you! Mine for the taking!
Leave it away, I don't know how to dodge that. Maybe you just eat it? I have no idea.
A test of your reflexes!
Test of my reflexes? Okay, got it.
I have you! Ah! No, not yet. Not
yet?
until the last of me is spent.
Oh, come on, man.
Wow. Now fall! This is my moment! Our moment!
Bitch, please. This is our moment. Ah, we're punching him. Let's go. Fuck him. Ow, my shoulder. I'm punching him in the dick the whole time.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me, understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant. Gone too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Oh. Got him.
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Someone, and
Please.
you can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought... After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking, fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend. We're home.
This is the only time we saw them in this entire expansion. It's kinda sad. Yugi and Hien not even saw Gosetsu. I mean, Gosetsu is like wandering off somewhere. Who knows where he is? Ah, okay.
Is that? It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens. Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Rah! Yes!
Yeah, Tank had good Daniel.
Welcome home, everyone!
Ah, okay. I thought so. Because I never mentioned it in the main story. I thought maybe, like, I first thought maybe in the intermission between Ilpis, like when you're like in between Ilpis and Ultima Thule, like when you're like in Shalane and you like, you know, they like go about your own business or something like that. I thought maybe they're gonna imply like, hey, maybe you should like seek out like, or like, you know, kill like the last blasphemous thingies or whatever. But they never like mentioned that at all. Alright. Big. Alright, I can finally turn off this fucking follower mode crap. Min failure. That rascal. Yeah, the tank storyline was kind of boring. I'm gonna quickly get a tea, I'll be right back. Oh yeah. I really wonder, like, there are two things I'm wondering about. First of all, I was wondering how far ahead they plan the story. Like, if they finish like one expansion and then like think about the next story arc, or how far they already have it planned out since, like, I don't know, maybe they already have it all laid out since ARR or something, you know? I doubt it, but it would be interesting to know. And second, I wonder what they're gonna do with like with the following story, because, you know, the story like built up for such a long time, and you know, there was like this uber evil the whole time you had in mind, and now that it's gone, I wonder how they're gonna salvage that story wise. I mean, they have like a lot of possibilities now. Either like we stay on Eorzea and, like, you know, like do more stuff on Eorzea, or we could like visit the other shards, or in theory we even have the fucking moon and we can like just go to another planet. But yeah, or the ship now, I guess, as well. If I remember, they had the main beats set up. Most of the living, okay. There's a Morse code at the end of the Crystal Tower arc. Well, it's all wrong. Well, with Crystal Tower... Oh, you mean the Crystal Tower from ARR? Oh, shit. Okay. But yeah, we see what they're gonna do story-wise, I guess. I would like to see the other shards, or like at least like maybe involve another shard in the story at some point. Yeah, they have so many options, that's insane. I really thought they would, like, after this, like before there were like the interviews, etc. I thought like Endwalker is gonna be like the final expansion, and then they're gonna make a new Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy 17 for example, which is gonna be in an MMO. Just with, like, you know, like kind of maybe the same concepts, etc., but with a new engine. But I guess I just want to keep milking it. Yeah, I know they're gonna keep going with this one. Yeah, true. I haven't already teased the next 5 expansions. I mean, sooner or later, this game is gonna suffer of the same problems like WoW does. That it's like running on such an old engine that it's gonna hard for them to like, you know, play around it. Like the best example is maybe the glamour plate issue, or the not the glamour plate issue, the what is it called? Glamour box that you can only store 400 items. You just fall to their back end or something. That was a good journey though. And the best thing is though that I can actually absorb all the Final Fantasy content I want, because before I always had to like tippy tap around fucking spoilers everywhere, because right before Endwalker I just finished the Shadowbringer MSQ. So I just hopped from like one expansion to the next without ever really being able to like, you know, look up stuff. But now, yeah, now I'm free, walk free. Exactly. Was free. Was free. Was free. Oh yeah. I was surprised how they spaced out the trials, because you thought you had like the second trial so late into the MSQ that I for a bit I thought there's gonna be 2 trials for the entire MSQ. Yeah. Well, the Endwalker MSQ is a lot longer. Had like a lot more slower parts in between. Yeah. Ooh. Adu is a crazy bitch, but I like her. Tiny son. Exactly. E-commerce specialist Panida Kamsing Wong. I'm browsing free chat, and what the best thing is, I can finally look for wallpapers. That's a big perk. Hold on, actually gonna start a wallpaper engine right now. A wallpaper. Because I was scared of like going a wallpaper engine because of spoilers. Alright, let's see. Cover. We gotta have to be a bit careful. I'm not sure how easy there's like boobies here on this. Final Fantasy 14. How does this work? Oh, it's filtered here. I'm searching wrong, maybe? Thought this would work. Maybe I have to search for FF14? No. Oh wait, that's why probably. Triple standard. Ah. Let's see what we got here. The issue is most of them are animated, but you cannot see them unless you actually download them. What? It's good if it would be like something darkish. Like the issue is like if I have like a bright background, you can see it like already. Like for example, if I open now a white side on my screen, see like how bright it actually is in my face. You know, my camera. So I need like something darker, extra lighting, yeah. Endwalker. See how this moon looks like. Does this work again? Subscribe. Yeah. Oh yeah, some have music as well. Oh, this is not in-game. I don't think that's in-game, is it? No, it's not. Wait, is it? No, I am confused if this is in-game or the wallpaper. It is in-game, never mind. Okay. How do I minimize? I don't think I can minimize the game actually. Gunbreaker. Ooh, a gunbreaker one. I know this shit. Let me quickly put this on my other monitor so I can actually see it. How do I do that again? Use display. Ah, there we go. Oh shit, it looks actually cool. Wait, I can show you. Maybe. Bam. But it's not really like Final Fantasy-ish. I mean, there's a moon, okay, but a lot of other games also have moons. Maybe you have to write her properly. How do you write her properly? Like this? Or maybe this is already enough. I don't know. Oh, that's probably super yellowish. I have it on my screen. I wish I could like, can you really not like somehow preview it? Guess not. Anyway, gonna do that later. Damn, the credits are so long, holy shit. I thought I can sit through them, but now I kinda wanna skip them. Also, the Game Award show is starting in like 20 minutes. I could like watch that as well. But we already know the most important release next year, which is obviously Elden Ring. And there was something else actually I was thinking of. Also something in February, I think. What's so funny? February 22 game releases. Life is Strange. Dying Light 2. Oh, that's also something a lot of people are waiting for, I think. Sifu is, I think, that monkey game, which might be also epic. see. Where's the... When does the Game & Watch shit start? Oh, did it already start actually? Da da ba ba da ba 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 da. Oh, 1.5 hours still. Easy. The part where you like, where everyone is gone and you like go up, you walk up the stairs with the shadows. Oh, dude, someone was cutting onions almost, dude. Yeah, the Graha one also. When you like walk out with Alpha and they talk, they're like so sentimental. Oh man, don't do this to me. I was actually like after the cutscene, like no, during the cutscene when the stairs appeared after the twins, I was ready to walk up there in RP mode, but the game already decided that for myself. Oh really? Shit. So what's the plan after it's all done? That's a good question. Maybe we do like a dungeon or something, some roulette for like some tomes. Oh, look at me, that's me. Ah. I still would like to see the other Azim from that time. Ah, that's a good. Can I have that as a background picture, please?
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently, as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru, as do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Speak with your comrades. Alright, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? Can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Shalane, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions, but knowing the state of you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decisions almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out, you did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that, thank you. Time and time again I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the foe without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldasion. Through our work, Shalane will strengthen its ties with other nations, and we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Waha and Ojika, and our other remaining members. Together we continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous localities, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. Such times might you be willing to assist us, not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel allure for the task itself. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Ozui, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as father has been tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the science. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I'm able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Shalane. Both Elise and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave it the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Elizabeth contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished feeding the temper across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Licinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt that the intentions of the contingent with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. We seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them to begin anew. Write you letters? Of course, I would be glad to do so. But I would be gladder still were you to come and visit, and I believe I speak for Alize as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me, in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you. In good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Joy, from the bottom of my heart. Joy, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. In case you hadn't heard, we received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the land surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, and Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern empty. At our request, taken any longer, Shalane too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but the localized crisis should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The science are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the worst affected, and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier though. That I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. And not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, the next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Right, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting is be not forevermore, it is nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Lopoids embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Lopoids hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Eidolon, it is said, did imbue them with her love for all the things born of the star, and it is Venar's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. I did not wish to pursue. I would be honored should they consider me a friend. For it is certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the science of the seventh dawn, mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. Uber danger. And yet the name makes always more sense. And yet here amongst you I stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude of thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead I proffer my humble support. Be it on to the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs thunder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Oh, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust? Glad to hear it. You're in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, it is hardly the first time you've cheated death. The strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you have accomplished. Meteon defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Nareen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Riange as aimless wandering. We have a purpose in our roaming after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the signs on the world stage. There will never be an end to the little problems that go unintended by nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which, I suppose, is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I am faring well, and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, it is the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this space, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the signs came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Zoe. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Signs? That's one way of putting it. In many ways, the experience has left us far stronger than when we began. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running and you'll likely get a certain funny talking fortune teller into the bargain. Chatstinian, what up? If you have something to say, then out with it. What? I thought your adventures had any number of ways to earn coin, and though the science mode of operation has changed, we should be compensated as before. In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Aymeric hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I am guaranteed to be popular, he said. What does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hainish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. Worm requested my presence, and as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons like as not. Speaking of dragons, where the fuck is Tiamat, or whatever her name is? I thought she would make a reappearance in this. Maybe this is gonna be patch content, now that I think about it. In Thavnia, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days subsided when you defeated Meteon. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Shalane, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Foam, such souls may remain in Shalane if they wish to work and study. Mitra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well, one who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone wasn't any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago, I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but it is clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Mitra's kin sought release from conflict, so really they, after suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgard Soma didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Ethereus with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is the legacy and the triumph. In my lands, I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned and had I not joined you. Should you ever had need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. He will come, with his lance in his hand. Oh man. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at the present plan on a journey of any great length. Not that I'm averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you, something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled among those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Ethereus and the ancients, glimpses of the era, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape in an interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing on an account in my own words would be akin to diluting the fine wine with water. It is what it is. Yet even with the potential of corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. Well, what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Do it. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the air, the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe, it will be less a polished work and more reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me. And our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your back and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Oh, it's alright. Might you have a moment to talk? With the sign stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. You can come with me, Goaha. I promised you. And after speaking with Quai, I decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldesion. What? Okay. Not only am I indebted to Master Gallo for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps, mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you onto the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, it is true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me a greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventures call, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. I hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find a new purpose, a new dream. Or if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plan may lead, do not hesitate to send word. And should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. Spoken no further, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission then. Your attention please, at the risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as a receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet. Be well.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then.
Oh.
Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlian before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Rads at Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right.
Yep. I'm going to Limsa Lominsa, guys.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end.
Oh.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night, the beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Nani? Well, first I thought that is the Azim. count Azim, like of that time, right? You've completed many quests to unlock new content have now become available in Old Chalain. Addition may return to the okay. Westwell, champion of Ethereus, for many more adventures await you. To be continued. Big. What I want to say is that pretty sure it's a little bit. Oh, right, it has to be a little bit, right? I didn't even think about that. Yeah. It is the voice actor. Voice white robe. Yeah, but the Vinar also had the white robe, but I guess it was because she left the convocation and then maybe it was her retirement robe or something. I don't know. I thought first like maybe all Azims have like a white robe, but it's probably not true. Ah, okay. Look at this guy. When the seats are white, you get